Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, dear listeners. My name is Ironbound Ghost. It's they, them. Feel free to call me Ghost or Ghosty. Hope you've had a good week so far and a happy new year. Good gracious. 2025. What a time to be alive. Hope it's at least been starting off okay, and if not, I'd hope that things continue to improve on an upward trajectory from here on out. That is what we all deserve, after all. Like I said, hope everyone's had a good holiday season. At least had a little bit of a break. That's I haven't you see, normally I'd go about detailing such a relaxing time have I had, but in truth it was not so. And I'm still waiting for that relaxing time myself, so join me in that, perhaps. Nevertheless, let's, I guess, just get started off today here. I don't have, anything particularly special for the new year. I guess I prepared nothing for this. I've still been busy. Yeah, even no particular resolutions aside from, stay happy-ish, healthy, go to more conventions. I do so love me some conventions. I'm getting into going to those. So, hopefully this year will be full of fun in that regard. Hope everyone else is finding some fun things to plan out for their year as well. But notwithstanding that, we're going to start off today with our reading recommendations, Fan Fiction Friday. Someday it's going to be not Friday, and I'm going to feel like I can totally do reading recommendations non-fan fiction Thursday or Tuesday or whatever other day it is. But that day is not now. At the moment, it's Friday, so I'm going to bring you, dear listeners, the recommendation of one random fanfic that I read at some point in the past without rhyme or reason. In this case, the lack of rhyme or reason is dictated by the fact that I kept on forgetting to think of which fanfic to choose. So I just sort of went into my phone and picked one of the ones that I've reread more than once. It's as good a criteria as any, and it is as multitudinous as populated a category as any. So for today, the recommendation is called With a Conquering Air. That's actually, would this be the first story in quite a long series, but this individual entry is fairly short. It's by an author called Inexplicifix. I believe I pronounced that right. On Archive of Our Own. And it is a Witcher Witcher fanfic. Let me preface this by saying that I'm recommending this coming in as a person whose knowledge of The Witcher is comprised of this fanfic series, one Witcher Elden Ring crossover, a couple of other miscellaneous crossovers that I ran into when not looking for Witcher fanfic, but rather running into them from the other side of the crossover, because that's how I do things in this establishment. And, very little else. Very, very little else. So, I'm coming at this as someone who's reading this not as a fan of the show or the books, although I do need to consume those pieces of media when I have the chance, but rather just as a reader consuming the works for their own merit and the tropes and tags that are being described in the summary and whatnot, and then reading on from there. And I'm going to double check I haven't recommended this already, because part of me is like, surely I have. But I'm not seeing it on my magical space list, which is totally what the name of this document is called. It's not, but, totally. I guess I haven't. I must have recommended it to someone else. To summarize, then, it is... Oh god, there's a lot to unpack here. So it takes... and I guess take into account that this has Witcher spoilers, sort of? No. If you read it, it contains a lot of Witcher spoilers, but they're sort of stirred around into a timeline. Generously, you could call it a timeline. It mostly stirs around as far as I understand it, the backing lore of the series rather than the main events. The main events are just like, we're here, canon, what's that? It seems to take what it likes about canon and then piece it together into its own thing. So it takes the concept of the Witchers having, at some point in the relatively recent past, ending up accidentally themselves into being their own little political entity, because sometimes that's what happens when you're, running around killing monsters and then everyone around you is apparently not very friendly, and then you're like, well, for self-defense, I guess we have to form a political entity. And it's, Geralt? I hope I'm pronouncing that right, because here you can see my whole have never watched the show or played the games or anything coming out. Anyway, he ends up the leader of the whole thing. And in the whole, I don't want to be here, but if I'm not the person in charge of this, then something is going to have problems, and there will be all sorts of problems, and whoops, accidentally the leader of a country. And I think, possibly some of my previous recommendations and future ones will highlight that I really like stories that go, someone's in charge of a country. They accidentally placed themselves there and they don't want to be there, but, well, they can't leave. Can't leave complimentary as opposed to can't leave problematic or something like that. Anyway, and you know what? We're gonna... give me a second in the middle of this summary, because I am perpetually terrified of mispronouncing things. So we can just solve this by Googling it. Okay, Yaskier then. Gonna take that Reddit post on faith. Anyway, ends up as sent as a sacrifice to the scary witchers in the mountains. Hello, Justice Design, good morning. We have not yet started poking Mogh, the blood one, rather than not the not blood one. Yes, I love how I mixed that up. Right now, we are in the small starting segment, Reading Recommendations Fanfiction Friday, where I bring you, dear listeners, the recommendation of one random fanfic I've read at some point in the past without rhyme or reason. Today's rhyme or reason is I forgot to look through my extensive library of fanfics, and instead chose one that was sitting on my phone, which I've reread at least once. In this case, I guess more than once, but who's counting? Anyway, the fanfic in question is called With a Conquering Air, by Inexplicifix. I hope I pronounced that right. It's a Witcher fanfic. It's on Archive of Our Own. It is an AU. It takes canon and takes the lore of canon and stirs it in a pot and tosses out most of the timeline. It takes the whole, Geralt is suddenly in charge of a country. They're a political entity comprised of witchers who are tired of being, kicked around by neighboring countries that are committing crimes. No one likes other countries committing crimes, so everyone's like, maybe you can stop committing crimes against our people, our personages, perhaps, maybe, stuff like that. There's a whole backstory there that's explained very well in the fic itself, because I haven't watched or read or played any part of the series, and most of my knowledge of the lore comes from a very small selection of fanfics, of which this is one, and this is the most extensive of them, I believe. Like I said, so Jaskier gets sent as a tribute to the scary witches in the mountains, due to mysterious reasons. They're not really mysterious. The story sort of, details that. But it's this sort of setup where it's like there are all these terrifying stories of witchers, and then he's sent up there, and he's terrified of the terrifying stories of the witchers because they're real bad stories. And then he finds, oh, actually these people are pretty okay, and then romance ensues and stuff. And that's not actually the focus, which is interesting. This first one goes through that, but like I said, it's quite a long series. That I guess I'm recommending the first one of, but I'm really recommending the whole thing. It's got, how many parts does this have? Good gracious. 48 works so far and counting, and has been updated recently. I guess I need to catch up about that. So the first one goes through that whole hullabaloo, and it creates an interestingly fully furnished world. I do so like that phrase. It's entirely possible that people who have taken some fandom classes or read certain books are going to recognize that phrase, but it creates it takes what I presume to be information from canon, and then picks up the pieces of it and turns it into a world that feels like it has quite a lot going on. And it does that while still making the characters interesting to follow, because it focuses each major segment with new characters or things, sort of introduces personal conflicts that are fairly immediate, that are that live within the context of the world it's sort of fleshing out, like this version of the timeline. And it is fun. It's despite sometimes covering some fairly serious what I presume to be canon adjacent horrible things happening and stuff. It is lighthearted in the sense that you get a lot of character goes through, the traditional horrible things of arranged marriages and conspiracies to commit murder against personages because royalty and noble politics and stuff, and people do tend to get their comeuppance. And obviously that's not a guarantee in all stories in the world, but in this series, that's something I've seen for quite a lot of the parts. I can't speak to the latest ones, but anything before 6 months or a little bit more ago, any of the entries before that, they definitely follow that pattern quite closely, and it's just a fun read for that reason. I think it would, with a story of this length, obviously, a fair warning is that there are certain story beats that will become very familiar very quickly in terms of picking up new characters and going, hey, the rest of the setting has a lot of awful politicking going on and awful people. Let's try to make that a little bit better, and also bring back the not so awful ones and stuff. I guess that's a spoiler. It's like a kind of a spoiler, but I think it's fair warning, just in terms of the first couple of arcs might be more entertaining than the later ones because it might start to feel a bit repetitive. But on the other hand, if you're the sort of person who likes reading a certain plot done well and then is perfectly fine reading several different variations of that plot with different details, some of which have different implications, then you're going to find the whole thing quite interesting. One big strength of this, and I think part of why I'm recommending it, that makes it very interesting, is that it devotes a lot of time to original characters. So if that's not your cup of tea, then definitely, maybe skip this one. But aside from making a very well-furnished world in terms of what it picks out from canon and what it stitches to the implications of, having political entities running around everywhere, each of these major arcs focuses on what are either OCs or what are essentially OCs, as far as I can tell, and giving them and giving them a lot of room within those arcs to develop as distinct characters, that don't just blend together. They have their unique properties and whatnot. And it does it so well, in fact, that a handful of those OCs, the author has gone on to, make not just themselves make spin-off AUs of their AU, taking those characters and putting them in new, different, interesting situations, among which, again, one of their OCs has quite a prominent place, and I recommend all of those fics. They're all wonderful. I've read them, and they are good. At least, to my mind, they take the classical monster hunting fairy tale type tropes, and then they do new things with them. Or they, in one case, they remix the concept of Witcher stuff and go, okay, but if we file the serial numbers off this Witcher business and turn it into monster hunting fantasy guys up in the mountain, form a political entity and have always been a political entity, and then we do this whole song and dance, but with our new OC, and deal with the politics and stuff that way. There is essentially an entire long fic that is itself that. And it does so very engagingly. It takes aspects of canon, remixes them, and makes them very easy to read, I think, and very interesting. And it's to the point where I think I'm given to know this is actually one of a series that has spawned a lot of fanfictions of this fanfiction by readers. I'm given to understand it is in some ways quite influential. I say, scrolling through the list of collections people have included it in. So if you're okay with OCs, if you're okay with works that sometimes repeat their plot beats but are well written, and if you're okay with taking the timeline out back and extracting the funny and interesting lore and events from it and leaving the rest, highly recommend. And I think I've gone on enough about that. So again, the fics name is With a Conquering Air. It's the first one of the series called The Accidental Warlord and His Pack. It's by Inexplicifix, and it's on Archive of Our Own. The information for the story I'm going to put in the description in the VOD on YouTube below. Yes. And with that, I think that's going to be all for the reading recommendations for today. Now, back to the main content of the day, which you'll notice is not currently on screen right now, because I'm trying really hard to get into the habit of having a cover screen over this, even if I haven't drawn anything for the cover screen yet. I should finish this whole make a logo business. But we're back with some Elden Ring. We are back with some Elden Ring today, where, as the title suggests, we're going to try and poke Mogh in the face. I spelled that wrong, and that's going to just live with us as the start of this VOD until I fix it later. That's wonderful. But that's the plan for now. Let me just relocate these objects and not have trouble with them. Okay. Where were we? The problem with having these everything a week apart is definitely me immediately forgetting everything I was doing beforehand and having to take a moment to refresh my memory. Right. Fire, blood. I still haven't gotten around to doing the whole upgrade a bunch of weapons thing because it has continued to be busy. I would like it to maybe be a little less busy, but, we'll get there someday. I truly hope. Let's see. We were looking at Jellyfish is +7. So we need Glovewort. Grave Gloveworts. 8, which we do not have yet. I believe this was something that we were looking up last time, but I also believe that the results of this looking up were not particularly fruitful, in that the locations that needed to be accessed for this next item were somewhere inconvenient. Let me confirm that. Glove War 8, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Lane... Oh, Lanedale Catacombs. Which can be accessed below the subterranean shunning grounds. We're like... We were there in the subterranean... Okay, but do we have a... Can we get there? Is that a thing? Okay. So we have subterranean shunning grounds. Those are a thing that we have. So I'm really tempted to try and look for the catacombs, because it looks like we do have access to that, just to upgrade Jellyfish. Because I could probably successfully fight this Mogh with summoning Kristoff the Dragon Knight guy. But that's not gonna get me anywhere in terms of getting good. So I'm gonna need to have a summons for this because of the whole need something to kite the whole being murdered in terms of HP away from me thing. That's not what I meant to do, but okay. But I would strongly prefer to at least attempt this with the Jellyfish first. But naturally, leveling up said Jellyfish as far as possible would be pretty reasonable. Right. That was a decision. What was I trying to do? Okay, I didn't equip crossbow. Why? My past self? Why? Okay, so we got fire, we got normal. We have the door by the lobster. I suspect we'll need to kill the lobster first, which is troublesome. We've got an awful lot of tunnels, which I am not a huge fan of. I don't know if I don't think we've entered this zone. Have we? Maybe. Blah blah blah, massive mausoleum, blah blah blah, access from the underground road site, head southeast. There are pipes. Drop down, crack in the wall past the crayfish. Head south. Speak of the devil, and it shall be true. The giant crayfish and the path that we have not gone through yet is in fact where we need to go. I think. Not that that's a reliable source of information. Okay, so I'm wondering, is there a way to deal with the crayfish that's not like... well, the way we've been quite thoroughly not dealing with it previously? Because, obviously, that hasn't been working out very well. Okay. So, I should heal. Okay, so I hope this is the correct direction. It does occur to me that I could just have gone in the wrong direction. No, that looks about right. I think. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can drop down. Oh, ladder? And they still have the cat. I do not have the cat fall on. Well, that would certainly help. That would certainly help with the whole not dying thing. Hello, Ellis Death. Nice to see you. Glad to see you stop by. Currently I am making a strong attempt at wondering how to, oh come on, get past a giant crayfish? Lobster? That is somewhere below my person in order to get through a door. Or possibly, hopefully I can just drop down there without dealing with that, but you never know. Because that's, obviously, that's a little far. Also hoping nothing else oh. Okay. Okay. You do that. Yeah, everything else seems to be experiencing a sudden case of being dead. After, after getting, after falling. So obviously I'm not extremely eager to follow suit. But, come on, come on. I've got to hit you one more time. Maybe 2 more times. There we go. Now, can we fall down here without experiencing death? Is there a ladder? Is there something to break my fall? Anything. Because I'm getting the distinct impression the answer might be no. Ooh, that's a good point. Is that enough water? And does this work like that? I have not been doing a lot of falling from great height into water or otherwise. I mean, no time like the present, I suppose. And if this doesn't work, then we'll have to find another way. It is... That's a no. Okay, is there anything I can see from down here that would make it easier? The pipe is not high enough. Interesting. See, the thing is, there's one location that we could go. Yeah, the lobster or the crayfish or the whatever the heck it is, it's a bit troublesome. it could be described as a little troublesome. I think my best bet is... I'm trying to figure out how I did this before, because there was a fast... Was my fast runaround literally just trying to ignore all these dudes? I think that's a horrible idea, personally. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to do either. But here we are. Guess we're going for it. Okay, where am I going? That was not it. I was trying to aim for the ledge below that. Also, that's... I should really just try to find... I've got to take out the lobster first before I drop down is, I think, the path forward for me. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Because if I don't, then we end up with some... Oh, that went well. Well, we end up with the problems of the giant crayfish. Hello, Scallywag Pringle. Good evening. We are trying to navigate this space and deal with the... Honestly, the biggest issue is the giant lobster slash crayfish. Like, these dudes are a matter of patience. The crayfish is probably also a matter of patience, but, like, more of it. But hope you've been doing well. Hope everyone's been doing well. And hope you've had a good holiday season. Okay. I would like to stop doing this. Just because it's effective doesn't mean it's entertaining. I think there's like one more up here. Okay, that didn't work. Lamp. Can't see shit. Yeah, I don't know where the other one is. There's one over there, and I think there's one on the side of this thing. And then there's the lobster, and then we need to do some parkour to jump down, I think. I do indeed. I haven't needed more yet. Probably plenty of times it would have been convenient to have more, but I haven't needed more yet. Like I say, I'm certain at some point I will concede the matter, but I have not quite yet. Can I get any of these guys to fall off without my... Okay, why would we do that? Come on. There we go, we'll take that. Smoldering butterfly, nice. I feel like the thing I should look at next is like damage. Okay, someone behind me. Okay. Technically. How? Rude. Okay, that is one too many things approaching from that doorway, I think. I think we're good. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. Have a good rest of the stream. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your, night/day/time zone. Interesting decision. Random dude over there. Boy. Okay. Interesting decision. Okay, that one's not coming over here. There's like a couple more of these dudes. Oh, not this again. Okay. How many more of these? Okay, we've dealt with those. I think there's one more that can get onto this path. I don't know where it is, though. So maybe not. Okay. So if we get down there, that would take us to the crossbeam. Oi. And it's come back. Fun times. Oh, come on. I hope there's a site of grace down there, because it would be supremely irritating to have to do this for a run back. I feel like there should be a more convenient way to... There's not really a should, I suppose. Okay, so what's gonna have the best angle to deal with the crayfish? Yeah, Seacola, be wary of monstrosity. I see that. What I don't see is a good way to get down there. Shit. And we're doing all of that again. Okay. Well, we've demonstrated quite thoroughly that jumping down from that height isn't a solution. So that's cool, I guess. Oh, that one's on top. Interesting. Okay. Let's, can we, like, kill a few more of these in melee instead? Is that an option? Questionable. Got it. Um... I don't know about that. Yeah, okay. Boy. Okay, so first of all, still feel like there's more of these things. Alright. You do that. Okay, and there's the one over here. I guess I could jump down after it, but like... Alright. Yeah, I would like to really hopefully get a sight of grace inside that door, because the less times I have to do this, the better. Okay. Any more of these dudes able to get... I mean... Okay. So if we get down to there, I guess we'll have to be going through that door. Then we have to get back. That's going to be a problem. So the question becomes, is there an angle to shoot the lobster from here? Signs point to I'm concerned. Shit, don't do that. About the very prospect. And also about that dude. Because all of these are in a straight line. Can we aim at it from here? Stop doing that. I've almost fallen off a cliff multiple times. Okay. Come on. Do any of these arrows explode? Fire, golden serpent, frost, heap, great arrows, light, wind, noise. We'll try the noise one. If I can wake it up. So that's a no. What about this one? Not that one. this one. Actually. Okay, first of all, that was unwise of me. I don't know why I did that. Second, apparently not. I don't like the idea that my only option is to run around in the depths and physically poke the lobster myself. Not a huge fan of that idea. Is this what's... bombs, maybe? Is that an option? Do we have bombs in this establishment? Yeah, ranged battle ahead. We've done ranged battle. It's great. See coal, be wary of monstrosity. Yeah, we can see both the hole and the monstrosity. Alright. To get to the crawdad one, which... There's the other one. Okay, so let me see something. If we come through here and try not to die to that situation, which was a lot. Come on. Oh, this was when we pushed up. Pushed off earlier. There's just a lot going on there. Okay, well, putting that aside for the moment. Can we get an angle on the ground now? Well, we see the monster now, so that's an improvement. I think clearing out these guys so I can actually stand on the adjacent platform might give me an angle to try and snipe it. Not necessarily well, but like better than the non-existent angle from above. Because I have sniped some things pretty far away before. Just not that far away. Oh right, yeah, the one gargoyle was actually just up on this side. And the dude is down here. But if we have to cross through here, we can range battle that. I don't really want to. But I also don't want to try and make this jump. We'll find out. I suspect our answer... First of all, can we tell if there's a... we can't tell if there's a grace in there. Super. I mean, on the bright side, this is mostly just continuing a path that we had already considered ourselves to be on, so surely 'tis a matter of providence. Such a thing as this. Okay, that angle's bad. Providence my foot, huh? Can I lock on to the... No. Okay, but there's something I haven't made. Did any of these explode? Fire damage, fire damage. A lot of other stuff. Lures beasts. Do I have the materials for that? Technically, but I'd rather make arrows. Magic damage. Yeah, that's great. Actually, good question. Can I hit any of the other lobsters with this junk? The crawfish, whatever. Technically. I don't know if that was wise of me. I think we're going back to plan, see if we can make a bomb. How about that? No fangs. But we have plenty of butterflies and mushrooms. Let's just make one for now. And then we... How do we even use these things? Okay. And then... How... I don't think we're in a good enough position for that unless... Maybe if we walk over here, that might be closer to directly above. Just right from the middle? This is super far down. It's hard to tell. That looks like it could be correct. Okay, so no, we would have wanted to go from the other side. Okay. Again, it's surprising that there doesn't seem to be a direct jump down if you make it this far. Like, maybe there is, and I merely don't have the correct knowledge? Oh, hey! Uh-huh. I think we could probably lock on to it now. Let's just make a whole stack of these. And switch to arrows that don't require us to deal with the draw. And fire is... Probably doesn't matter that much. Shit. Okay. Okay, so it can be locked onto now. But I would not describe this as a good angle. I have the mildly troubled feeling that the best position to snipe this guy from would actually be the platform back over there. Sir? At least some of you are melee primary. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, so I think, assuming it doesn't go back underground again, which it hasn't so far, that, yeah, the best angle we're going to get is from the platform at a higher angle, unfortunately. Or a lower angle, I guess. Which means we have to snipe the guy in here again, without getting murdered. Which, I mean, should be fine. From up here. I don't remember. You climb? Oh. So you do. Okay. Well, that was not news that we needed. I didn't need to know that fellow could climb, personally. I'm glad it seems to have... Okay, it hasn't lost interest. I don't like the fact that that's probably going to be coming up behind me, personally. Oh boy. Well, that's the lobster. Oh boy. Well, I think... I'm really hoping the big guy doesn't come up behind me. That would be great. Glad that didn't kill me. Okay, okay, okay. That's good progress. That's most of the mobs. That sometimes has a dude in it. In fact, I think most of these sometimes have a dude in them. So we're just gonna make them not. Right. I think what we did to drop down before is run out the hallway and through the door at the end. However, we need to kill the crawfish. You know what we shouldn't have done? Aggravated both crawfish. It would have been really ideal not to do that. But we have... Come on. Okay. 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 And again, the big guy hasn't come down. That's nice. It occurs to me, I think these guys are actually weak to fire. So, was it fire or light? Not fire, maybe light. They're weak to something. I think it might have been holy. Could have been holy. They're weak to something. I think I have it with me. I don't know what it is. It's a future me's problem. Lobster. Can we hit the lobster from here? Signs point to no. Of course, signs also point to... Oh boy. Is this a safe spot to jump down? Maybe. I mean... Facts being what they are, I don't think there's a safer place. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that so much. Okay, I think our solution here has to be the crossbow, because if I don't get out of the way in time, then we have to do that entire thing over again. Is there a position that I can hit this guy? Shit. Okay. So, is there a way that I can take sufficient cover to get by there? Because I don't want to do that again. That was obnoxious. I tried. Actually, can a really heavy shield just tank that? At this point, if we just run by, ignore everything, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay. I think we're trying the bring a really heavy shield route. This is water. What's the best we have for physical? Switch to chest. What do we have? What do we have? Looking like 100 flat physical. So guard boost is the other thing. What do the big chunker ones do? Shield bash. Lightning. Shield bash, shield bash, shield bash. Uh-huh. How use your attacks. Barricade. Parries. These are all parry. Okay, so we just want the chunkiest thing we can lift. Which is still the brass shield, honestly. I think. Alright. Okay. Chunky as we can make this. Is there anything here we can increase stamina with? Or not stamina. Like defense or something. Equip load is not going to help us here. I don't think most of this would help us here. Nope. 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 Short of, I don't think putting it to sleep is going to work out very well. Alright. Let's see if we can successfully get down here. That's a strong probably not. Not ideal. Yeah, I'm trying down. There's probably something inside these walls. Okay. Is there a way to make these guys not care? Okay, actually, you know, before we put time into this, okay, so clearly these are the cover that we're supposed to use for stuff. Right. What happens if you hit me? Hey! Is this a good way of going about this? I don't think so. I suppose our solution is apparently fight the crawfish in melee. Because there's just not a good angle to do not that. Much to my extreme and palpable dismay. Gonna take a moment to get a drink here, actually. Since we are in it over an hour, so we'll be back in about 2 minutes, I think. Let's take a moment to stretch one's limbs / legs, etc. And we are back to the adventures of some fool trying to attack a crayfish in melee. Okay. That's apparently the correct angle to do all that. Okay. Okay, so push me back. I think that worked out very well. Side of grace, side of grace, side of grace, side of grace, side of grace. I don't want to do that again. Lovely! That was significantly simpler than we made it the entire rest of the time, I think. We just have to remember the large, angry wildlife. Can I just... Okay, so that goes up. Lovely. And down is death. Okay. There's nothing else in here. So we've got the option to go up and to go down. And I believe what we were doing just before now, we were, aside from exploring, looking specifically for the glove wart. Second coffin you see in a flooded room, blah blah blah. Fake boss room, blah blah blah. Fire statue, ambush. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's going to be future me's problem. I think the answer right now is go up. Do we want to try jumping onto... Anything interesting up here? That's a no. Well, you know, good to try it. Good to try it out. So solved is a strong word. What I did was rush it with the heaviest shield in my possession and, run past it while backing up slowly. I'm not sure if the guard boost is even needful here. Heater shield might have worked fine. I mean, we're gonna test that, I suppose, on the way out. But, yeah, so he's just chilling out there. He's gonna be a problem on the way back out if we don't just teleport out. Right. Yeah, so it looks like the solution to... Yeah, yeah. The way to actually resolve this would, of course, be to fight the crawfish in melee. Because we don't... There's just nowhere with a good angle that I can be cautious. Oh, come on. Come on. If there are only 2 of you, I will... Alright. Any more? Yes. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, I see how it is. Okay. You guys are just gonna keep reviving. We're gonna go. Interesting. I usually don't get those because I have not been participating in the noble art of, like, parrying and shit. Up we go. What the hell? Shortcut door. Is that what that was? I guess that's another way to avoid the lobster, crayfish, aside from teleporting in. That heal could have come at a better time. It really could have. So everything in that direction was mostly shortcut door. Why is it always underground tomb? Good question. Oh, that's wonderful. Love that for us. Uh-huh. Yep. So up top is the shortcut door. And down here is... apparently fire. Oh, that's the flooded room. Well, that looks noxious. Lovely. Come on. Come on out, so I don't have to step in the noxious goop. Well, whatever these guys are, they're pretty susceptible to being frosted over. Okay, so what I'm looking for is probably the stuff up top. Love that for us. These guys better not spawn infinitely. I would like them to not. Personally. The ghosts were already quite enough. If I were more confident in clearing this place out, I'd be examining the walls to see where the textures repeat, because I think that's great fun. Yeah, that doesn't come all the way down here. Anyone else? That's a 6. That's a mushroom. Looking for an 8, so it looks like upstairs in the next area. Alright. Good sir, are you set aflame? Yes. Oh, you're all on fire. I see. That's on purpose. I see, I see. Well, that is lovely. They just sort of explode on you. Love that for them. Mushroom melted. Could this be a god? How's that look about him? Okay, we need the side hall. Oh, come on. Too distracted, I suppose? Yeah, I've got to get into the hallway. I think we need to be more fireproof for this zone. That's not going to help too much, but it's better than nothing. Okay, all of you guys, come on. We've got like 4 of you to deal with on here. Come on. Good thing about chunky weapons. Come on. Five. All these toxic mushrooms. I suspect the stuff coming down from the ceiling was definitely some sort of poison goop. Again, truly wonderful place they've got here. Love the interior design. I don't need to go in there. I just need to deal with the land of super on fire dudes. Okay, well that's going well. Forsooth, the mushrooms can certainly be goop. Mostly by way of being melted, which is wonderful for them. Okay, you're already dead. Oh, you know what? I'm like... Haha. I thought that worked. Oh, I could have ducked into here. Well, you know what they say. Whoops. Well, that's a familiar room from the Wikipedia page we just saw. Love that for you. Dude. Please. Okay. Come on. I do not want to hit the fire machine by accident. Okay. That's fine. Looks like there's some out up top. Try attacking, yep. Having a time of it indeed. Okay. Oh, right. There we go. I keep forgetting this is a way up. Perfectly good way up. Oh, I don't like that. Not a huge fan of that. Oh, and the goods are probably behind the big guy. Can I make him be not there? You know what? We can come back. This is a very straightforward location to get to. In many ways. We're just gonna come back to that later. Because my first attempt is going to be hit him with an axe and hope he dies. Because I don't know what my melee damage looks like against those dudes, since we've tried to avoid it, frankly. Oh. Well. Okay. Lot to unpack there. A little curious. Those have strike. These all have strike? No skill. They're all no skill. Parry. Bash. Let's double check what we have in our pockets here, because I'm thinking I kind of want to see if I can parry this dude. You know, get that long belated parrying skill. Extremely belated. So belated. Kite shields. 100 and bits. $53. Yeah, that's probably it. It's 3.5 though, so something lighter might be the way to go. Yeah, the Blue Crest heater shield. I'm not entirely sure this is going to do what I want it to do. That's not what I wanted it to do. So we're going to sit back down and refresh that and hit the right button this time to get into the menu. But let's swap that out. And let's see how this whole attempting to parry the big dude will go. We do have to fight these guys. Come on. Actually, it would be good to be able to have 3 weapons to swap between parry shield, skill shield, and arrows. But I do not have the carry capacity for that yet. Dude. Where's the other dude? There you are. Come on. Come on. Through the door. Please. Come on. Okay. Oh, this is a gold feller. Nice. Right, fire hallway. And the fire's turned off, but the fire boys are still there. And half of them will blow themselves up, as is proper. I said half as though 2 1/3 provides meaningful measuring capacity. Alright, so we have the 2 options. One big guy and another big guy. I want to see how parrying works. Worked once. Not more than once. Can I just run back here? I think I want to try to just run back there because, like, it was just gonna take a hot minute each time. Because I want to figure out this whole parrying thing. Why I think I'm willing to ignore all of these dudes. And all these dudes. And everything in there. And half of them blew themselves up anyway. Interesting. Do 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 do. Okay, I can just jump straight over it. Well, that's nice. Do 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 do. Okay, Admittedly, a corner is probably not the best place for visibility. I don't want to get through here and then come back to the whole figuring out how to parry thing later. Honestly, that is probably something I could do either in a less obnoxious location or at least partially on my own time. So we'll look into that. Let's just run past this guy, honestly. I'm not terribly interested in what he has to say. I want the plant, and I want the thing at the end of this, of the upstairs. Come on. Ah, shit. Problem with trying to get the plant is definitely, it is something of a distraction. Let's do the time warp again. I need to turn the lamp back on. So we'll do that when we stop for stamina. And then we toodles. Then we up through here. And then we run for it. Oi. Really? Oh. That's a different room entirely, but also if this guy drops down, we're cooked. The fact that this room is big enough for this to be a viable method is a little funny. Like, genuinely. Like, is this how I wanted to do this fight? No. Is this how I'm going to do this fight? Manifestly. I'll come back and learn the magical ways of parrying later. Or, you know, maybe I'll find a location that, sucks less for that? Perhaps. Okay. At least nothing else is currently attempting to sneak up on us. That would be excessive. Okay. Why can't you be setting more on fire? I think we would all do very well if you were ever so slightly more on fire. Yeah, I mean, this area is shit. This area is in fact shit. Thank you, past me, for your input. Love that for us. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, is there anything else? Okay, item at the end of the hallway, both of you guys. One thing on the, what do you call it? Tomb. Not tomb. Crypt? No. Coffin? Stone coffin. Okay, so we've got one more flower and then a mysterious object. One flower, one mysterious object. And then the stuff at the end of the fire hallway. We could try to deal with the fire hallway by, like, luring the fellow. Do. Grave 8. I don't know if there's anything on the other side of this room. Let's try up instead of down this time. I don't like the music in here. But that's not a door. Oh, item. Root resin. Okay, I think this room just, like, has bad vibes. That's a good note. Not how I noticed it, but good note. Well... Okay. Hopefully the big guy stays leaving. We can deal with the little mobs and then we deal with the big guy. Honestly, if there's only just an item down there and not a lever, then... Okay. Cool. Any advice? Can you lure him up here and keep him at the door? Be wary of right. Be really wary of right. Try stealth. Oh, I guess I just ran through too quickly to get ambushed. Oh. Oh, the first one didn't follow me in. This was a second guy. Be honest, I'm not really sure what to do with that. Come on. Can you get through the door? Really? Oh. I mean, if you can't, then I'll take it. I will take it. If you leave me convenient, structural features, then I will take it. Like, you and your dude are both gonna be dying by way of a very inconveniently placed door. So, you know, good luck with that, I guess. Warped axe. Ooh. What's that when it's at home, then? An oversized, double-headed axe with a bizarre, almost melted appearance. Brute strength is the only thing required to wield this weapon, which appears to have taken quite the beating itself. Skill, Warcry. Give a Warcry to rally the spirit and increase attack power, while active, strong attacks change to charging attacks. And it's just a chunk of change more strength, which means after I think I want to give 1 or 2 more points of endurance and then switch to strength, which is already the plan. But I get to try that out. And we've got Grave. Ooh, Grave 8 and 9. Interesting. And Ghost 6. I believe that's what I need. Okay, and we're running through this door. And hopefully... Come on, man. There we go. Okay, it looks like it's normal arrows. Yeah. Well, you're stuck in the door unless you clip through, which, you know, I wouldn't bet against, but, I mean, hey. Let's give it a go while it's here. A lot of arrows for this. Okay. How tidy. Decent. Oh, and as to why I'm checking my runes by going to my status screen, which I think you might have seen me do once or twice, it's because currently the corner of my TV is blocked, and it just so happens I can sort of see that space on my computer monitor, but I keep forgetting and it's small. But that entire corner is just blocked on my TV. So, this is called Please Stack Your Objects More Sensibly. Advice from myself. I hope this place doesn't have any more mobs. I don't want more mobs in here. Maybe... Golden Rune 11. Really? That's a good message. Anything else? Was that just bait? I don't like the fact that if you strike this mass of corpses and roots, they bleed. I have to say that's not the most wonderful architectural feature of this space. Anything? Anything else in here? Anything at all? No. Okay, so we're missing 2 things right now. One of them is whatever is at the top of the fire pillar. And one of them is the lever to open that one random doorway near the Grace. Neither of them is in here, so I think Either there's another path to go after the drop down, so the area that had the flower in it. Which... Okay, so there is a staircase. It just occurred to me that the big guy is probably still down here. Oh boy. I mean, if he got back up, that would be wonderful, but I don't think he has somehow. Alright, Geronimo. Son of a bitch. Where did you go? Like, where did you come from? Okay, you know what? No, just kill me. Kill me. Or don't, I guess. Wait, is this the main hallway we started? Okay. I think it is. It would be nice if that big guy followed me down there to get broiled, but I... What the hell? I have questions. Is this just a different area that looks the same, or have I gotten turned around? What's going on here? Okay. There's a lot to unpack there. I'm a lot. I'm not convinced this is where I thought it was, but maybe? I think that's just death. Like, maybe there's like some non-death down there, but it looks more like death. Gonna walk slowly in case we've got to... Okay, nothing too bad immediately visible. Thoughts? Uh-huh. I mean, I guess one problem that if they wanted to rush you with a bunch of skellies, now would be the time. Lever ahead. Okay, okay. Sacramental bud, nice. Lever, nice. I'm gonna double check. Oh. No, this is the area we jumped past initially. Yeah, heavy doors open. Great. Okay, so is the talisman there, or is it after we... Oi. Come on. Or we could do that. Love that for us. Well, the door should be open now. And it's boss fog. I want to try this normally, like, once, and then I'll bring Kristoff, I think. We don't need those right now. Why was I having... Right. A lot of dogs, priest of blood. Let me see if I can hit the dog. I'm doing decent damage. Let me see if I can actually manage the space well enough to hit the dogs. If not, then it's summons time, I guess. Wow, you're fast. Also, you look like knockoff Pyramid Head. Okay, so the dogs would go down in 1 or 2 hits each. The issue is definitely hitting them. Also, this priest moves really fast. And also, I can't unsee the Pyramid Head look. Like, is that just me? Yeah, that's like 400 right now. I really want to tap these up. They're about half that. I like the claws as a weapon. The thing is, the axe is chunkier. He did take that personally, you know? I feel like it is so. Oi. Where do I position myself? I think a distraction would be great here. Can you parry that thing? Let's find out. Also, like, does the speed of... I wonder if the speed of stab makes enough difference to make up for the lack of DPS. I can't even see what I'm trying to aim at there. Swap that up again. Actually, will I probably at least switch to summoning the jellyfish at some point? Yes. Do I want to try things without jellyfish? Okay, I can do this without help. Okay, but I need to avoid whatever that was. Yeah, HP wise, this ain't it. But can I take my damage up any further? What messages are getting appraised so highly? This is a bunch of fire and blood stuff. Tisked. I don't think any of that really applies. Do not shank me. Okay, that's annoying. It's always the dogs. The archetypal... It's always the dogs in the Soulsborne games. Also accidentally crouching. Oh, I don't know. I need to not turn around. I think I can get 3 of those off at once. They move so erratically, yeah. That is truly the source of their power. The boundless energy of the doggo turned to evil. Stop teaming. Okay. Okay. I think if I could take out both of the dogs, I could regroup enough to deal with the mage. Possibly. Son of a bitch. Oi, fuck off. Okay. How would you stagger any of that? I feel like the answer is just use the stomp a lot of times, but that does involve aiming and it is slightly slower wind up. Okay. Yeah, if I manage to... I think... Because I'm trying to both keep the Blood Wizard in my view at the same time as dealing with the dogs. Leave me alone. Oh, they're both still up. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. This ain't working. I've got to take down at least one, possibly both of them at the start. I like how despite the title, the amount of Mogh here is... Okay. Okay, the fact... Okay, okay, that's annoying. That's a little annoying. But getting off those initial attacks to get the dogs out of the way is definitely the way to go. Right, and then we've got to figure out where Mogh was. So I think starting these off earlier and not doing that is the way to go. So starting, because this, I think, yeah, they move fast enough that starting off that attack much earlier. And we've got to get 3 of them off at the start and then not immediately die. Do I have any... Okay, that jump doesn't work out. Got it. Okay, I've got to get closer. Uh-huh. Also, I don't like the homing... whatever those are. Okay, so I do have to get closer, otherwise they try to do jump attacks. That is fair. Did it work? Well, that's nice. Lord of Blood's Exaltation. I'll take a look at that in a second. That was really eventful, but I was able to do that without summoning. How nice. Oh yes, my non-existent blood, runes. Whatever the correct currency for this game is. Whew! Yippee! Didn't expect dog. True facts, except for the warning outside the door, but details. Thank you, thank you. Blood loss? So blood loss, I mean. First off, I see. Yep, the geometry just asks. Technically. Now the real question is there supposed to be a... hold on. Hold on. What did we get from that endeavor? Blood loss in vicinity increases attack power. That's pretty nice. A talisman depicting the exaltation of the Lord of Blood raises attack power when blood loss occurs in the vicinity. Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber. Slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty. There's a lot to unpack there. If I had more bleed stuff, that would be very useful. I think it will be more useful if we've got to fight anything particularly susceptible to bleed in the future, or if I get my weapon situation sorted out in that direction, which it isn't right now. But details. Hold on. Let me double check, because that is not what I meant to do, but that's fine. There was something... Blah 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 catacombs, blah blah blah. Did we miss anything? There are 2 Glovewort 9s somewhere. There is a Drake talisman somewhere. And another talisman somewhere. I thought we explored this entire area. I could swear we explored the entire area, but manifestly not. So before we leave, let's find all of the random goods. Where is this going to take us? Because I think we explored all of one path and none of the other. Right? We explored the facing the lobster direction path. We did not explore down, or possibly the other way around. So I suppose the thing to do now is keep walking. I think... okay, we did explore down. We did not explore up? Maybe? It is possible we explored up and just forgot. But yeah, it sounds like there are 2 talismans and a couple of Gloveworts that are still here somewhere. And I would like them in my possession. So, next stop... Oh, these guys. Right. Okay. Okay, right, these regenerate. No sense in any of that. So we're leaving. There's an item over there. That was a shortcut door. Okay, we did unlock that. Why are we... Okay, well that was eventful. That was just a rune. Right, so we did come up here before, and it was just the shortcut door stuff. Ah! How nice. Anything interesting in here? Anything? You son of a... Okay. Haligdrake Talisman +1. That is one of the items that we were here for. Cool. Depicting a duo of golden ancient dragons. Greatly boost holy damage negation. The ancient dragons who ruled the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock, and so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections and holy damage negation. Super! Now what's the last thing? Some sort of Crucible Scale Talisman. Reduces crit damage taken. That's lovely. Where is it? Catacombs, blah blah blah. Site of Grace, blah blah blah. Climb down the ladder to the pipe room, crayfish. From the Catacombs, Site of Grace, head. Flame column. Rise up to the room with the omen. At the altar table beside it. I thought we were in there. We went up a flame pillar thing and smacked it, and then went up and we landed next to an altar. Was that the actual one that we saw originally, or did we actually truly get turned around? Because I could see it being either. Looking at my inventory and the fact that we did look at that altar pretty closely, I'm getting the impression we were turned around. And therefore that the solution to this whole section is now best described as leaving. And down we go. And the lobster can try its chances elsewhere. And this says... Yeah, liar ahead. I assume someone left a message in front of that saying, oh, there's a door here. Sometimes you do see the messages sort of implying that someone had done a bit of a fib about that. Without actually seeing the lying message itself. Up we go. Yeah, yeah, and we didn't send it back down either. This should actually still be on fire. Ooh, rude. Can we do ranged battle? Can he fit through the door? Oh my god, he can't. I mean, I wouldn't want to stand next to that wall or anything. I think normal... ammunition actually worked the best here. Yep. Okay, we're just gonna be... Okay. I did not mean to hit that chandelier so well. Or not. Candelabra, then. Sir. Bro. Okay. Okay. Come on. Really? Okay. Really? What's determining you deciding to dodge here? At least I'm using the cheap, arrows. Getting a little tired of this. I mean, given. Literally shooting demon creatures in a barrel here through this doorway, so it's like, fine. But come on. Okay, I don't want to stand too close to that wall. Just in case the area of actual attack effect is, like, matching the particle effect. It could be so. You'd not know. And there's apparently some more glovewort in here, but I'll be honest, if it's not in this room ahead of us, I think... Okay. Anything else? No? Great. Excellent. Indeed, we hath done it. Crucible Scale Talisman. A talisman fashioned from a scale that embodies the aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Reduces damage taken from critical hits. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Interesting. And the internet calls that 30%. I'm not sure how to tell what entities are most likely to induce crit, but... yeah, I don't want to leave that thing running. That would be irresponsible. Okay, so... I do not remember which one of these had... yeah, I think there are still items in here, but I'm equally sure I don't want to deal with them right now. So they're going to become Later me's problem. Now, where am I and what am I doing? This is not the location. Let's try the next one. Because there was a site of grace right... Still not correct. Still not correct. Right next to where this Mogh was. Yeah, that would do it. Before we actually do that, we were going to upgrade the jellyfish, though. So let's get that done. That mage has still not returned. Maybe I've missed signs in the overworld that tell us what has occurred. But
greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
Indeed, spirit tuning. Jellyfish. Jellyfish. We don't have a 10 yet. Kristoff. Oh, we have an additional 10, so we could go for a 10 on Kristoff. These interest me as well. But perhaps not right now.
Well, I took you've no man to lay out your own.
Do we have anything that we can... Somber 9. I don't know about that. What do we need for these? 5s? Can't we buy 5s right now, or am I mistaken? Bow. Oh, we picked up some 8s. Those are all somber. That's just a normal. I don't think that's Arbalest. Right. Gonna hold off on that. What do we need to level up again? 15. Do we have 15k floating runes? Just sitting in the inventory. Yes. I like how we can walk while doing that. So we could go for more endurance. Or we could put one of those ticks into strength. I'm gonna go with endurance for now. I think one more endurance and then we switch to strength. Alright. Let us attempt to poke Mogh in the face. I'm not sure that's going to get done fully today, but at least giving it a couple of tries to get familiar with what he is would be wise. Probably should have done that right before I go in, even if this is a gonna die immediately sort of situation. Best give it a best shot. Down we go. Okay, that was rude. Rude. Rude, rude, rude. Can you parry this? That was not perpendicular to the line of attack. But also, because I have not been parrying anything, I don't have a sense for if that's a parryable attack at all. Ew, I have used a lot of arrows. We're going to do a quick stop. Can we just teleport to those? There we go. I'm gonna do a quick stop to reacquire the needful goods, I think. Just gonna do. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm receiving. Do. Okay, no, that was for the correct amounts, more or less. Do. We're just gonna... because I don't want to deal with suddenly running out of arrows mid-battle. That sort of thing's mostly obnoxious. That should be good. Okay, what arrows are we mostly out of? Normal ones, bolts. So we could just restock flaming. If I could get more of the Lord Sworn ones, those would be good, but like manifestly not. Hopefully it's the right time of day for all this. That's fine. Because when it's night, everything becomes suddenly much more... less traversable.
Trade again?
Yes. Doo-doo. Alright. Next up here. Oh right, the Colosseum-y looking place. That you have to take that obnoxious walk over to.
Unusual fella, aren't we? Did this aged merchant have something that caught your eye?
Indeed. Oh. Guess we haven't been using poison.
Safe journey.
First of all. Next is somewhere. Merchant. I don't remember which arrows are there. Or how we got there. Doo-doo. That's a little... not what I meant. Well. And that would be the reason why having the cat talisman thing is always a good thing to have. For even if it doesn't save me, it can try. It can try real hard. Okay, so there are at least a couple of people besides me who have fallen off this. Have we gone over to that non-castle building? That whatever it is? If we haven't, we probably should. Probably ought to. Alright, we'll go across there after we finish buying up shit over here.
You again? I don't want any trouble.
Hopefully none. Bolts, arrows was... Was there... I thought there was something down here we were, trying to pick up. Was it just the cookbooks? Huh.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Interesting. Okay, can we get over there, or do you need a teleport for that? Well, if you can, it doesn't look like to be from here. Oh. Interesting. Cave on that side. Likely is not to come from the cave on this side. I don't know if I want to do that right now. Caves, caves. Let's check in here. If nothing mysterious has occurred, then go back to the round table hold and pick up some of the smithing stones.
It's always a pleasure. Care to purchase anything?
Nothing stand out. We don't really use the throwing daggers.
Goodbye for now.
Come back to that. Alright. Grab some smithing stones. Perhaps put them to use. And, right, we have a lot of goods. So I see. Okay, so we can't buy 5s yet. Alright. Give some more tries up here. And try to not knock things off of their structures. Always a good. So, Mogh of what's his face? The Omen. Is down here. Rude. Oh, these blood claws again. Genuinely, is this guy vulnerable to, like, any particular status effects? Yeah, I could dodge that better. I didn't. Right, what I was saying was I know Mogh is here. I'm like several % sure that we're also supposed to... I mean, you don't have to, but feel free. I'm most of the percent sure there's another boss in here that we're supposed to, like, punch in the face. Trying to think. Okay. Oh wow, that was right in my face. Okay. I need to dodge into the really broad one. I mean, that is always the thing, trying to figure out which attacks you dodge into, which attacks you don't. So the question is, does that talisman require... is it for when the bar fills in terms of bleed? I guess? Or is it just like when it's in the process of filling? Okay, let's see if this ice business works. Well, that's a little on fire. Oi. Okay, that wasn't... What? Did I unequip that instead of equipping the right thing? That would do it. Odd. Must have misclicked that, because I was definitely... I had the shield equipped beforehand. Oi. Yeah, this whole lack of ability to tank even a single hit thing, it's a little tiresome. But like, seems no particular weaknesses, physical attacks do all about the same. Major resists are fire and status, so he'll take damage from the attacks, but the status effects won't proc. Yeah, I know, the shackle. I have it in my inventory, but like, still. Because there's also the blood Mogh, which exists. So I'm like... Okay. I need to stop turning around mid attack, because that just, the only thing that does is waste MP. Okay, yep. That was like 4 times consecutively. It also doesn't do very much. Frankly, I'm better off shooting him. Actually, I'm a little interested to know if the great bow is worthwhile in that. What the hell? Okay, so fire arrows are a no-go. Okay, yeah, that's fair. In a small room like this, we probably could get a healing off. We're on the same across the board, though he's slightly more resistant to magical effects, and obviously super resists fire. That means I don't even want to accidentally shoot him with fire, realistically. Like, fire will not do jack shit. So... I feel like there was a place you could buy Lord Sworn bolts. I should really find that. That's the only real bolts that we have access to that physically boost, aside from, obviously, I do not have a ballista or any of the big goods. They're also too chunky. Right. So if I were to say, these are all 95, 100. Those are cheaper. Swap the chunky bow. This isn't a good idea, but I want to see what the damage looks like. Actually. Okay. Just wanted to check that. Okay. Like, I don't expect it to be spectacular. Actually, you know, we can spare one of the good arrows. We should definitely go out of our way to buy more, though. That's not really... That's expensive enough. Okay. So the fancy magic shit is super good. The counter damage for this bow is tasty. Oh god, this is a slow. I don't think... Now just call me crazy here. I don't think doing this fight in a small room with a great bow when I cannot take more than maybe one glancing attack, I don't think that's the best idea in the world. That being said, I think it might be worthwhile to use a normal bow instead of the crossbow. Because we don't need the fast... apparently I could. It looks like. Actually, I wonder if any of the summons are like super tanky. Like they do, like that do enough damage to hold their attention, but yet, okay, these are very much equivalent. Neither of these has one over the other, although I feel like we found where to buy the Lord Sworn Bolts. Did I write that down somewhere? Bolts. Lord Sworn Bolts. Do. Ah. Apparently not. Well, I had thought I had seen it. It seems it is not to be. That's the thing, if he gets the bleed off, then, like, big dead anyway. Raises a lot of attributes, but not the ones I'm actually using. Love that for us. Jump attacks, charge attacks. Again, none of the stuff we're actually using. Yeah, best option is the Dex one, since there's no falling in this room. And we're not taking enough chip damage. Like, if we were in a room with minor chip damage properties, that might be worthwhile. But no. Alright, let's try this. Might be worthwhile to go poke around for... Keep looking up the bell bearing location, and then I keep forgetting, because it keeps being mostly out of reach. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's... Yeah, but the normal arrows do about half the damage of the big bolts, and you can carry more of them. And they're faster, so you get the damage more granularly. Drop random objects. I say as I continue to drop 3 more random objects in quick succession. Yeah, let me check this nonsense about the bell bearings. Again. You know, for the how manyth time? Okay, we actually did get to the subterranean shunning grounds. Repeatedly. There's an eye. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Some of that is fascinating, but none of it's what we need right now. Not even Sombers we're looking for, right? We're looking for the, Just the normal smithing stones. Bell bearings. Not what I'm looking for. Still not what I'm looking for. Bell bearings. Table. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. Yada yada yada. All of those are fascinating. Smithing stones. We need that one. And the next one. But mostly this one. So I'm attempting to... I have lost patience with this whole smithing stone gathering exercise. So I'm attempting to, shall we say, expedite the process. Just because the erratic progression thing leaves me always, and the health thing leaves me always a little bit unsure of where I stand in terms of how much damage I'm doing relative to what we're fighting. I think I'm doing a decent amount here, and my issue is just need to dodge better, which tells me that the next couple of streams are going to be a combination of this and gallivanting around looking for materials when I get bored. Do we have that location? Good question. I don't know where any of this is meant to be. Where is this? Something about giants. My extra cool psychic powers, TM, are telling me that I have not been to this area in question, unless I have. The northeastest. Ah. So I think the question that we have here is, can we presently, as it stands, actually explore any further than we have gotten to? Which in this case I think would take the form of figuring out an alternative way to exit the city? Okay. Let's put a pin in that. Because we can come right back to that. Okay, yeah, those are just places I have not been. Where are we and what does it look like? And nope. That was not where we wanted to be. Super. What about that one? I'm looking for a site of grace that reaches approximately outside. That's good enough. Dragon. Right. Now would be a good time to see if we can climb that. The only question is, how did we get down to the wing again? Because I think we tried here and it did not work. So to get down there... Be the roadside? Alternatively, we had to go down the stairs. That might actually be the, you know, the sensible... Yeah, no, that's not it. This ain't it, Chief. As the cool kids say. I need to pick a different phrase. That one's a bit repetitive. Anyway. Down we go. Where we stop. What am I carrying? Alright. Can we hit you from here? Okay, we're back on our precision nonsense. Got it. All right. I think... Yeah, I think... Oh, well, okay. I was gonna say I think the angle for this was actually wrong. Apparently not. Okay. Doesn't mean it's particularly good either. Okay, that's just not going. Love that for us. Come on. Come on. No? Okay. Is the range really... Okay. Nah, I'm done with that. How do I get back up there? Oi! Didn't realize the other one was still over there, admittedly. Or I could just run over and ignore them. Thinking that's the way to go for the moment. We'll come back to, you know, everything else that was going on down there. Oi! Rude. Rude. gonna come up here? Oi! Also rude. What the hell? Oh, well. Several the hell. Well, I could do dragon parkour while fighting these guys. I think in my heart I would rather not. So then. Okay. I do just have to deal with the... I have to work with the blocking thing. Okay. I shall take it. I'm a little interested to know, actually, can I... What damage do I do if I just, like, poke one of these guys in the face? Oi, rude. I should put on bolt damage while I'm running around here. That would be the intelligent thing to do. Or at least sensible. Make no claims to such things as intelligence there. This is strong. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay, that doesn't even fly there, though. Okay, okay. I see how this went last time. I am remembering now. Hotshot Central. I would like these guys out of the way, however. Okay. Alright. There we go. How did we even do this? Like, what was the strategy here? Oh, okay. I see. Elena James Zero, hello! Good day. Glad to have you here. We are currently very questionably attempting to kill these night guys. There we go. Very questionably. Ah, unfortunate. Connection issues are the bane of everyone. Hope that resolves itself for you soon. Okay, that's just not working. What is going on here? Okay. Okay, that's just not working. Love that for us. Come on. Get closer. Come on, get a little closer. Okay. There we go. Might be better. There we go. And we're back to this nonsense again. Come on. Or you could do that. That works. Frankly. Okay, I need to aim that better, but like... you know... functional. Not functional enough. Okay, so that's a specific... center of mass? There we go. And now we wait a bit. I theoretically have accounts, but I'm not presently active, I'm afraid. Just sort of starting off, trying to get used to how things go. Okay, so that's one. Pretty sure there's a second one, though, in there. Oh, yep, there's the second one. Ah, while I am on Twitter and Blue Sky... Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky ostensibly, although I do not spend too much time logged in at the present. Oh boy. Come on. And and we're back on this bullshit. Oh yes, and indeed, Happy New Year. There is quite a lot going on, I am certain. Oh, the date. Actually, that's interesting. I shall have to keep a better eye on that. I see. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky as Ironbound Ghost, same as my name here. So I certainly may be found in after that fashion. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, nice. And we're back here. Oh, well, that wasn't good enough. But yeah, feel free to stick around. My gameplay, while not always quite so tedious as whatever's going on here, does tend to follow the pattern of me treating Elden Ring as though it is a stealth shooter. Which is a style. It's definitely a style. So I don't know if that's your cup of tea. I reckon it's usually a bit slower than the, you know, immensely, you know, a bit slower than the rapid-paced gameplay, which one might be accustomed to, but it's a good time. Okay, please say there were only these. Okay. Okay. Not quite what I meant, but I'll take those. You know what? I think if there's a third one of those lightning knights, I think it's in our best interest not to follow up. I think that if there is another such knight, they can go about their business, and I can go about my business, and we can all go about our business without interacting with one another while I attempt to parkour up the side of this dragon. That seems like a reasonable course of action. I say as if any of those words in conjunction with one another were ever particularly reasonable. I see. Well now. Rune Arc, nice. Ooh, goods. Gravelstone, interesting. I like how this whole dragon climbing up the side of the, once a building was set up. What was I saying? You say I didn't get me? I honestly do not remember what I was saying moment to moment, I'm afraid. So, let's just hope I whoop. No. Okay. And now I have to do all that again. Or we could just run around it. Hello, Worst Nightmare 76. Good to see you this evening / morning. Good to see you. Hope you have been having a reasonably peaceable new year. We are... Any issues? So I can... I've no notion of what you're inquiring after, so... Okay, that didn't work out. It is going reasonably well. In general, the new year has been good. And in specific here, I have been running around. Don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. And getting all sorts of interesting places. Such as here. And also there is... Currently the task is... Mogh the Omen? The not blood one. The current task is to poke him in the face, but I am getting distracted in my quest for bell bearings. So I'm trying to figure out my way out of the city. Can I, like, sneak around you? So there's a hallway. There's some out. Can I just, like... Yes, indeed. Can I just decline this transaction? Okay, so we can get down there. And there's a dude. I don't really want to get down here and interact with a dude. Although there is a giant dragon claw, which is really cool, and also some random goods. And I do like goods, but I like getting inside this building more. I have found the Dung Eater. I have not decided whether or not to release him, because I'm like, I don't know about that, you know? Yeah, feel free to lurk. No pressure. Just glad y'all stopped by. Be wary of left. What do you mean left? What do you mean left? I mean, because that item is bait, but like, what do you mean left? Please don't come in here. Okay. Excellent. We have not drawn the attention of the menacing lightning spear fellow. Okay, so we've got a bunch of dudes down here. Not a fan. We've got dragon limbs. Really cool, kind of a fan. Goods of unspecified nature. A doorway. I do so love a doorway. More of the, oh. Hey? Interesting. Mysterious doorway. Tempted to jump out the window, but we can come back to that thought. Let's put a pin in that. More of the herald dudes. Site of Grace. Thank you. I'll take that. Let me sit down and reset everything that's become mad at me in the last 30 seconds. Nothing particularly interesting of note here. Goods, goods, goods. Ashes. Definitely need to get the different bell bearings. Seeking out some of these materials truly does become a bit tedious. Number of things we've put a pin in kind of keeps growing. Do I have the Jellyfish potion? Great question. Where in the inventory would that be if I happened to have it? Do you know? The name sounds familiar, but I'm uncertain. Key item. Signs are pointing to no. I need that other medallion. Wait. Yeah, signs are pointing to no. The billboard grows ever more filled with pins and string. It does. We still haven't poked Rykard in the face. No, it does. It seems like we don't have that Jellyfish potion. I've heard the name, but I don't remember where. So it could, you know, I could have heard it anywhere between here and the end of existence or something, shenanigans like that. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. I think that creature yet lives, which is a little concerning. Okay, but does it chase you? You can do the Dung Eater's quest, and you'll be able to give the Dung Eater the potion, which will turn evil shit into a doll. Interesting. I might be interested in following up on that, then. Can you not hit me as long as I stay at this angle? I'm entirely willing to conduct the fight like this. Like, conducting fights in silly and unnecessarily arranged manners is absolutely my modus operandi. Fire didn't do shit. Okay. Normal arrows it is. If you didn't meet Jellyfish before doing the final bits of Ronnie's quest, Jellyfish will be dead and you won't be able to get the potion. I don't know where I am in that process. Ronnie has quote-unquote gone off to do dark things, and I have a ring in my possession, and Blythe was trapped in a jail thingy, and Ronnie was like, "Tell them I love them," about E.G. and Blythe, and Blythe was like, "I'm gonna go after her," but we didn't hear anything from him since then, and E.G. is just sort of there outside by the, like, forge thing, being like, "Oh yes, she's gone on her quest," and stuff. And so, and I haven't seen Jellyfish since a fair bit earlier than all that. I didn't appreciate getting smacked in the face by that. So I'm not sure where any of those people are except for E.G., who is literally standing there. Are they dead? Are they alive? Was the quest completed? You know, who's to say? Might check Jellyfish's tower. I did go in there a few times, but let me check again after we, I guess, figure out what I'm doing with this nonsense. Because I have gone back in there, but I don't remember at what point in that series of events I went in there. Gotta love conveniently placed architecture. If you still have the ring, you didn't meet Ronnie at the moonlit altar. The what? Okay. That is good to know. I guess I'll find out after running around like a lunatic, pun only partially intended, for a little bit longer. Is there, like, a specific time window in which I need to do that? The area you unlock after killing Astel Naturalborn of the Void. So there are two Astels, and I killed one of them. And I am forgetting which one is named what. Funny thing, lore-wise, Estelle is small compared to the rest of his race. That's hilarious. That we're being menaced in such a fashion. Good to see you, Fell Tarnished, by the way. Feel free to loiter as I attempt to defeat everything bigger than me in this game by shooting it from super far away. Natural Born of the Void is the one from Ronnie's quest after the Lake of Rot. Hate that boss with every ounce of your body. Understandable. I think that's the one that I killed. Tentatively. This is the one after you go down the waterfall? This is my first playthrough. Okay, so yeah, that's the one I killed. That means I should go back down there, I guess, and make sure I didn't miss something. Gargoyle's Halberd. That sounds neat. Let me swap these arrows out for something that exists. That's fine. Gargoyle's Halberd. Bronze halberd wielded by valiant gargoyles. Just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of champions. Skill spinning slash, a skill favored by dexterous warriors. Slash foes as your body spins. Additional inputs allow for a follow-up. I don't have the strength for that right now. Hate dragons in this game, so you massacre all of them. Remind you of Dark Souls 3. I see. Understandable. For sure. So let's see, I can get down there probably by just jumping down. That's not a good sign. The hell is this? Armament. I beggest thy pardon? Oh. Well, that's cool. Cane sword. Beloved sword of an aged knight whose last quest was long behind him, repurposed into a walking stick. The tip is rather worn. Though bent of back and without the brawn required even to raise the sword aloft, still he wished to meet his end with a weapon in hand. Skill square off. The skill starts with the sword held level. Follow up with a normal attack to slash upwards through the enemy's guard, or a strong attack to perform a running thrust. Interesting. Fair enough. Forsooth. And what then? In such a place as this? Oh. These guys. No, stop. Stop that. Golden rune. I don't know what this lever is for. Oh, gate downstairs. Thanks for the follow, Phil Tarnish. Found a stick. Thought the sword was the stuff, and then you found this. I see. I see. Well, I shall have to take a look at that, then. At some point, I really want to, like, run around and explore all of the cool weapons, because obviously, when I'm doing silly shenanigans, like keeping my vigor at 10 for no good reason, I kind of have to use whatever, you know, goes McMurder the fastest. But some of these weapons are very neat. I do not have the Dark Moon Greatsword. Quite definitively. Oh, I think I've been down there. I think, maybe. Maybe I haven't. I think I've been down there from ground level. Or I could be imagining that. I think I'll just jump down and take a look at what's in there after I go through this stuff up there. But we've got the Side of Grace. You feel like the 13 Dark Moon Greatswords could be of use to someone that isn't you. I mean, collecting an excessive number of Dark Moon Greatswords, is that not a joy all its own? Okay, it does say jump down. Well, what in the hell? Unclear if there's a menace down there. Oh. Not you hate the boss before it? I suppose I shall see. Then? What such a thing ought to be. What's all this? Be wary of left. Love that for me. Thanks, I hate it. Ooh. Is that a repeating crossbow? I want one. Can I just take that off your corpse, good sir? Please? No? Well, that's unfortunate. And nothing down here. Oh, that's open. Whoops. Smithing 6, pretty okay. Okay, so I could jump down without getting, you know, instantly deaded. I have the cat equipment, so that's not really a concern anyway, but, you know, nice. You don't get one until you go somewhere specific, but you gotta sleep now. Yeah, have a good night, sleep well. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your week and everything. I stream on Friday, late night, almost every week, so feel free to stop by again if you like. Possibly I did not need to do that, but I did it. Why are there so many of these guys? Oh, there are so many of these guys. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Alright, look forward to seeing you then. Where in the world am I? Okay. Big Coliseum thing. Some dudes. I can snipe them. Some other dudes. I can probably snipe them. Let's see if we can make that work. Because I don't fancy falling off this again. Okay, so this is far enough away. I've got to do some weird angle shenanigans. Are you gonna walk all the way down here? Alright, well. Okay. Honestly, mostly not worth it. These guys go down pretty easily. Oh, that's a dead one. I mean, I go down just as easily. How do I get up to that? I've got to go around. Lovely. So these guys go down in 2 hits. Let me make sure I can get to anything that... I do get the vague impression that perhaps I could leave them alone. But, well... Let's see. Actually, can I push these guys off? That way I don't mistake them for alive. Seems like it might be wise. Alright, so those are already out. I want to snipe the guy with the axe. Don't want to encounter that up the road. Nothing particularly to climb up there for. Alright, so just along the big branches. Looks like we can descend over here, technically. Not entirely sure it would be wise. We're gonna do it anyway, of course. Okay. That's all of them? Okay, so to get across there, we'll just want to come down off that branch. Let's make sure there's nothing that's gonna chase us down there. Looking like a no. That's a little alarming. Not sure I'm too fond of whatever is going on in there. Okay, that's a no. Alright, down first, then up, and then whatever's going on across the road. Got it. Twice over across the road, in fact. Once on the lower pass. And secondarily, the higher. Aye, okay. That's a weird place to be guarding, but fair enough. Alright then. Up we get. Let's see what we can manage in here. I don't trust this room. It looks too well framed and grand. Therefore, we shall be coming back later. After having figured out what's in the Colosseum and shot a bunch of stuff. That. Oh. Hello. Goodbye. Seems to be the way of things. Can we get up there to the... Okay, so whatever's... Looks like that's got to... I still don't know about those vessels. Do we have to do anything with them? Do they have to be set alight? There's a lot that I've seen around the city. I passed up... Okay, that was already dead. Passed them all up on account of not being able to figure out what to do with them. But naturally, my instinct says that there must be something. Alright, alright, alright. Can we head down from here? Looks like it. Interesting. Healing abilities. Not a fan unless they're in my possession, but go on. Where's that fellow who walks up and down? Okay. Are you gonna... Can you hit me from there? Genuinely. Alright. Alright. I don't think you can. But I mean, if you feel free to try. Like, interesting decision. Oh, interesting to see the damage actively fall off with distance, too. Like... Come on now. Okay. Probably like one more cycle. And then we'll be able to walk up the side of that and figure out what is up with that Colosseum situation. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come now, good sir. Make thyself busy. Well, that's interesting. I must have had myself at exactly the right angle before to be able to hit while he was retreating. Alright, down this way then. To see what there is to see. And try and not fall off this entity, which makes me become mildly discombobulated as to the direction of gravity. As one does. A lot of plants. I would like to be less poisoned, personally. Just a whim of mine. What in the hell? Okay, there's... Did these just not render at that distance? Or did you fall? No, this was earlier. This was lower down. Far lower. Okay. Had been mistaken. Interesting. Mysterious basement goods. Very mysterious basement goods. Oh! Oh, we'd seen across this ledge earlier. Smithing 6. Interesting. What are we trying to range battle? I mean, good tip. Always a good tip. Try range battle. Fair enough. Yeah, but we saw this, and I don't think we can see anything else to fight from there. But yeah, we saw the other side of this, and was like, when are we gonna get to that item? Now, apparently. How nice. Alright, up we go, up the Colosseum, to see what is attempting to stab us today. Oh, that's well set up. Quite well set up. Alright, up and over. And then, yeah, I should make an attempt to get into the building somehow. I think you can actually climb up. Climb up some parts of, yeah, over there. That corner looks pretty likely. So actually, climb up there and get inside the building and see what's in there. That will be the next stop after we figure out what all this is. Okay. Whoop. Okay, so this is where I boarded from. That's where the dudes are. And the weird chalice. Right, okay. So we board from here. Or we can go under here to get across. Okay. There's another branch up there that I should like to investigate at some point in the future, although it need not be now. I suppose whether or not it is now mostly just depends on... I have questions. On how feasible it would be to get to. It might be harder than it appears. Never know. No item ahead. Thanks for that. Yeah, if we see it on the way up, we'll take a look. I feel like those styles of castle are somewhat disparate in nature, but then again... Yeah, because it's got... I mean, I suppose that makes sense. Notwithstanding anything else, the fact that this city is somewhat meant... Oh. To depict quite a few different influences would do it. Aha. Yes. That certainly looks like a door that we're going to have problems at later. That's future us's problem, though. Not current us. Oh. Well, I want to go back around the bottom, then. Little menacing. You're quite dead. Smithing 5. I have questions. Interesting. Okay, so that looks like a no in terms of explorability, which is just as well. Anything down here? Liar? No horse. Yeah, that checks out. That doesn't look particularly passable. I don't like the void going on in there. Let's say the armament. And visions of victory. A star fist. Well, that's quite curious. And what's that when it's at home? Blood loss buildup. Love that for us. Fist weapon. Physical. More strength than dex, but quite accessible. Spherical iron manifer. Covered in spikes, which induce blood loss. Used in brutal games of pugilism. Skill Endure. Assume an anchored stance to brace for incoming attacks, briefly boosting poise. Damage taken while using the skill is reduced. I think I've seen someone use this thing in a challenge run. Not 100% sure, though. Liar ahead. I see someone at some point left a message about there being something. Dead. Yeah, that sure is an Erd tree, isn't it? Anything of note in here besides perhaps death? Seek introspection, likely left. Why, yes, I would imagine so. Ew. The same path below as above. Oh, I bet if the fellow is still patrolling down there, you could bypass him by going up rather than down, perhaps? So we've got this guy. Let's see when it's at home, then. Big old doors. Getting up here isn't awful. could sneak around. Alright. Will it let us just walk completely around this guy? And come back for the item and then leave? Because I think that would be a perfectly respectable way to handle this situation at this moment. I don't think I've been up there. This is a really big city, very detailed. Lots to do. Lots to get lost doing. Okay. No horse. And this? Interesting. Liar. Yeah, sure. I assume that is a structure and not something I could try and snipe. Really tempted to try, but I don't think I'd get enough visual feedback to tell if it worked. I see the temptation of trying to jump to that roof. I think in my heart that I should heed the warning of my predecessors and do not that. Alright, let's grab the fancy item and then skedaddle. Then jump down and try to get into that building, which I am a certain percent thinking we might have already been inside, but I mean, okay, we've got a perfectly good sight of grace. That is a chunk of change, though. I mean, we could at least try. Actually, would this work? Shit. That was not correct. That was not the correct button. Because it swapped out. You're just gonna grab this and leave. Why am I weighted down? And we're leaving. We fought the dude. Okay, so that probably wasn't a shortcut around either, I don't know. I'm gonna read all about that after I sit down at the site of grace to deal with not that. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, because like we've been down here and we could jump down. That's just giving us a easier way to jump down into the streets below. But that's... we're probably not being chased anymore, right? Oh, interesting. Hold on. We've seen down there. We fought down there already. Alright. Fighting those guys, perhaps. So how do we get from there? It feels like something we should be able to get to from the tree. But it also looked rather not. The best way across would be... I don't actually know how to access that side. The path from here is straightforward, but not from there. Okay, we climb up there. We can't get inside presently. Unfortunate. Alright, so do we just want to try to get down there? I'm thinking we just walk down there and then take the corner and then try to get into the building. I don't even think it doesn't look even that complicated. I say optimistically. Do I want to use the chunk of runes I have currently? What do I have on hand? That's decent. Dogs. Can you get up here? You just gonna leave me be while I'm on the tree? Into the creepy building. Wet blade hammer. Oh. Hey. Oh, that is... Oh, I hate that. Manifestly round table hold much. You know, whatever effect that they were going for, I think they nailed it. You walk in that door, you're not expecting this, you know, the door that we haven't gone through yet when you're in the hold, and now it's here. Jeez. Honestly, even weirder than finding the physical location of the Hunter's Dream in Bloodborne, because, like... Oh, I see. Because that had a big focus on dreaming, waking, nonsense, and I had, you know, super weird spoiler vibes. Even that was still mega weird. But here, you just bam. This isn't... No, it's still there, I think. I mean, I'm going to go check as soon as I finish wandering around. But... Heroes Rune 1. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering residue of gold. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields, abundantly blessed by the Erd Tree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died. Okay, this is a general one. Ritual Shield Talisman. Raises defense when HP is at maximum. That I could use, because my HP is so low that at this point things one-shot me a lot, and I heal up to full every time. So that could be very useful indeed. So I guess that'll be what I equip when I'm trying to... when I don't have anything else that stands out. Sanctified Whetblade grants choice of affinity upgrade to weapon. Sanctified Whetblade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using physical or golden type ashes of war, an additional affinity of sacred or lightning can be chosen. And a hammer. Just a hammer? Hammer comprised of a large stone affixed to a metal handle, originally a blacksmith's tool. The art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants. This weapon's striking attacks boast ample weight behind them. Skill kick. Push an enemy back with a high kick. Effective against enemies who are guarding and can break a foe's stance. Sometimes a simple tool is the most effective. And you? By my sword. Anything to tell us about that? there it was. By my sword. That's pretty swell. This is still pretty alarming, though. Alright, so if you hop down there, you really hop down there. Oh. So this was the physical location in the before, in the capital. Nothing beside remains, eh? And what's this? Just a rune arc. Bunch of weapons of old. Thanks for that. And these doors are closed? Is it? I don't want to open those until we have finished going through everything else in this extremely haunted location. Just as a, you know, that's my instinct. The pictures, the same pictures, upon the walls. Explains why. Smithing stone. That looks like bait. Although there aren't a plethora of deaths down there, so it may yet just be, normal. Probably a bunch of stuff. We'll open the door as the, second last. I mean, we can loop around, I suppose. Not unreasonable by any means. To just, you know, use the grace to respawn back here and make sure I've got everything. Interesting. Everyone mimicking the familiar hold we know. Rock-coloring finger remedy. So much to unpack here. This is really good. Does a good job of being like super haunted. Just because it's a place that you walk often through normal gameplay, and here, as they say, nothing beside remains indeed. And this? Seedbed curse. I don't appreciate the fact that this room in the physical world is still full of corpses. Everything else looks like a, you know, reasonable old place where people used to meet and all that. This room, still full of corpses and a dead guy and a seedbed curse. Like, what are we supposed to take away from that? That in life they just had this dude, the dung eater or whatever, chilling in the library? Is that what we're supposed to take away from that? I mean, I guess. Interesting decision. Not that I can criticize your house guests, old table fellows, but like, perhaps be a... I don't know what to say about that. Alright, can we open it? We can. And then we'll hop downstairs. Depending on what happens, and if we suddenly have a crisis of, I don't know, faith? I don't like... Oh! I especially don't like the fact I was taking for granted, oh, it's in your round table hold. And my brain only just now registered the symbol that says you can't attack shit is gone. I don't like that. Like on the list of things I'm not exceptionally fond of, that's pretty high up. This sits as a throne. I don't remember if in the table, if it sits as a throne. This area, I'm not in as much. A coated sword. Do explain. Hidden sword once granted to the tarnished of the round table by the two fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blade, which deals holy damage no shield can repel. Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in days long past, when the Two Fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigor. Unique skill, unblockable blade. Imbue the cipher blade with light, extending its length, and then strike with a sudden sweeping attack. This attack cannot be blocked. It's 20 faith. I'm pretty close to that. It might be worthwhile to tick up. I'm not sure. Does it deal holy damage when you're swinging it normally without imbuing it? And is that holy damage enough to put down skeletons? Or does it still need to have the magic going? Either way, I'll make sure to fulfill the requirements of that. Anyway, this place is super haunted. As they say. So there's a downstairs twice over. I mean, when in Rome. Huh. Is it so? Oh, interesting. The tops of the helmets have little beasts on them. Perhaps even dragons. How nice. Alberic's pointed hat and robe and bracers and trousers. I beggest thy pardon. Mad Tongue Alberic's pointed hat, a sign of a heretical practitioner, set with red glintstones, said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices, strengthens thorn sorcery. Alberic was an aloof yet disturbed heretical sorcerer, said to have been driven mad by jeering tongues during his service to the Round Table Hold long ago. All of these have the same main description. Robe, bracers, trousers. Alberic was an aloof yet disturbed heretical sorcerer, said to have been driven mad by the jeering tongues during his service to the Round Table Hold long ago. Yeah, you just loot the body sitting in the middle of the... Okay. I mean... that's what we do, I suppose. Ah. Smithing 5. Again, this area is very haunted. Anything up here? Can we open this? Yes, which means we're doing it second. Oh, that too. You're going in order of things least like to jump out at you. Forgive me. Brief respite. I don't think this layout is quite the same. Quite similar. But I don't think it's quite the same. And this? Flightless bird painting. Oh, I need to examine all these. I have questions. Interesting, though, that this mysterious painter... Oh, we're not gonna get that. Was even here. I'm also not thrilled to find this fire burning when the one upstairs is dead cold. Obviously such things as sites of grace tend to create anomalous effects, but that's a bit off. Don't trust it. Don't trust it at all. Alright. Across here, and then we'll open the door that's fully shut. And then we'll go back upstairs. or we won't. Because that is the staircase. That explains the door that's shut at the table that we usually access. Leads just out here, I suppose. Then what's back here? I believe I don't remember if we'd had this all the way open or not. No, yes we had. Okay, so there's a mirroring room. So there's no hint. Two Fingers prayer book. Black keybolts, love those. But no, then there's no hint of whether the other side is incorrectly fashioned or not. Two Fingers prayer book. Give to a learned cleric to acquire new incantations. The prayer book containing incantations of the Two Fingers, an item once entrusted to tarnished worthy of lordship, can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Lord's Heal and Lord's Aid. If Muriel's still there? Oh. I would have left you in peace, good sir. Oh, well, I was gonna leave, but... Nothing over much. Guess they were just availing themselves of the abandoned amenities. Look, I was gonna leave. I was gonna leave, you know? Anyway. Alright, well that explains some things. And now at last. Yeah, it's a good one. Super haunted, thanks. Oh, I hate that. Hate that too. What? We've been through some of these spaces. Are we allowed to do that? I'm alarmed. But you know, I don't know what the lever's meant to do. I guess we'll see. We shall see, indeed. Come on, let us through. We're about to go. However are you meant to fight these things in melee? Doesn't tell us. Not yet. Interesting. Yep. Saw that. Not a fan of any of that. Or this. Or the lighting. Can you get inside? That door really makes me think the answer is yes. I don't know. Okay, Somber 6 acquired. Can we lure you to the doorway by any chance? I think the signs are perhaps pointing to no. Oh, you can. Oh, I hate that. Like, a lot? You know, as wonderful as it is that these have precise enough collision that this works, because I think you know, obviously this is my preferred method of dealing with problems. It's, very alarming in appearance. Okay. We'll just keep doing this, I guess. You know, we're just... a little more. Like one more hit. Come on, come on, come on, rotate. Maybe two. Chunk of change. Not much else. Let's see if we can suspect inside the building if we come out here. Not at the moment. Though that could change. Any doors? Any mysteries yet to be uncovered? Little of that, I think. Stormhawk axe. Nice. What's that one? It's at home then? Ooh. Nice. Very usable stats. Battle axe designed to resemble a hawk, its wings comprising the blade. Signature weapon of warriors who strive to remain one with the storm despite being so far from their place of birth. Their hearts are proud and thereby easily undone. Unique skill, Thunderstorm. Imbue the armament's swing blade with lightning and swing it around to create a tempestuous lightning storm. Follow up with an additional input to perform 2 spinning attacks. The lightning will stay on the blade for a while. Also, the painting. Work of a wandering artist reminiscent of a painting titled Flightless Bird. This painter is said to have captured the landscape scene during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and the vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted, even now. So it is. Nascent butterfly. Alright. Neither yet more in here. Oh. Why, I recognize this, I think. Let us see if my memory does not fail me. Sorry, ignore the spinning. I'm just trying to see if there are any mysterious doors on the walls. But there were not. And here we are. Back up to this place. That was a jump I shouldn't have made. And so we have learned. Do slightly fewer silly things. Also... Notwithstanding all of that, what are the paths that we have not yet gone to? Honestly, jumping down, like exiting the area where that knight is, from the hold. Oh, actually, one thing I'm interested to know. Anything below? Okay, just avoid. Completely fair. Sometimes such things are indeed just voids. Endless and concerning. I should look into that. Just some UI element thoughts. Probably just put something in the crossbar there. I will have to figure out the best way to do that at another time, however. Don't know when I'll have quite the time for such adjustments, but that's not what we're here to check. Big old claw. But yeah, this area was all very well done. Wonder if that lever does something in the round table hold that we know. And are familiar with. Well, notwithstanding any of that, let us check the location here as it is. Sleep now and reawaken in a little time. And out here? Nothing below. Fair enough. Also, this lighting is troubling. Because there's low visibility for, you know, the purposes of suspense, and there's low visibility that makes things almost unplayably invisible. And it's been feeling like the latter. Okay, oh, the knights. Not too thrilled about that one. Yeah, stealth, but can we get to whatever we need to get to that way? That's the question. I am genuinely fascinated to know how much of the past X amount of time has been spent with that microphone on mute. I'm going to find out when I look in the VOD, and I'm sure no matter how long it was, it's going to be very funny. At any rate, in the meanwhile, until next time, take care, travel safe, don't fall over. Remember that you are precious, each and every one of you, unique in all the world, irreplaceable, and even if you do silly things sometimes, like forget to turn your mic back on for an indeterminate period of time. Good to have you all today. Rest well, dear listeners, and good night.